Okay, so we are live up on the YouTube. Our plan for today, we continue to tweak the UI for the monitor. We also have that deploy bug for the monitor. So that's our goal today. We definitely got a little loosey-goosey last night. It was a Friday. I think it was fine. But yeah, so our plan today, I want to get that stuff finished up. I want to start working back on Masijo at some point. Okay, so let's do this. Yeah, we're still going to have one. A few. We do have gaming tonight, so we're not going to be going quite as late, I think. Okay. Let's get this to the right place so that I don't accidentally paste a link to someone else's chat. Probably could have cleaned this a little better. I don't know. I think it's fine. Okay, so it seems that we definitely still have some kind of crazy ass memory leak. Oh, and we had conductor churning too. I forgot about conductor. Yeah, so yeah, we have some kind of like memory leak or issue that causes our Mac Mini to reboot when it shouldn't, which is definitely an issue. Okay. So, let's do this part first. Let's make sure we got the right editor open. All right, and we want to look through all of this. So that's a separate thing. What did it actually change here? Oh, it gets rid of that, which makes sense. That's right. We looked at all of this, actually. Oh, we didn't look at this part though. All right. So yeah. We'll keep looking at that here in a bit. Separate thing though. So, yeah, because we rebooted shit. That means where is that password? I know where the password is. Okay, so yes, there we go. Let me do this. Need to SSH back in. Okay, cool. We are SSH'd into that. Okay, so Firewall D is already resolved. So if it still fails at that step, then we got an issue. And yeah, how's everyone doing today? What y'all up to? All right, so it seems to me like we got past the step that it failed on yesterday. So the install actually worked. I just think it didn't work quick enough. Ah, shit. Never mind. Okay, so it seems like DNS is pointing correctly. Error loading initial con something. Okay. So turbo-monitor.masijo.com. We are reverse proxying to 3000, and I think that might actually be incorrect. I think we're at 3001. All right, let's just double check that. It is 3001. So I think that was the whole issue there. So let's commit that and push it up, and we should be good. All right, so that seems like that was probably the issue. Let's double check and look at a couple more things. That's the whole thing, actually. No, I think we're good. I think we are good. Uh, we did kill it, but we can get it back going again. All right, so memory usage for this system that's been running pretty heavily for a while has been at 51%. I'm curious why disk is so full, but that'll probably stay really steady. CPU is pretty much never going to go above what we need, so that's fine. We see live. Let's look at the last 24 hours. So we have seen RAM usage jump and shrink. Oh. So disk usage is climbing pretty much linearly. All right, and this makes sense because this is when we like finally got it deployed, and that would make sense on the size of things too. So yeah, here we see disk is increasing linear. We're gonna have to keep an eye on that because that becomes an issue. So it's something to do with our SQLite database, I'm sure. CPU usage stays so damn low. Growing logs? It could be logs. Um, nope. I would say it is not the logs. It is the SQLite database being 27 gigs already. That is definitely it. So that's another thing we're going to want to like prompt and fix. Yeah, just over the course of like 3 days. That's how much data flows through Blue Sky. Like realistically. Like it's crazy the amount of data. All right, so Yeah, in that time, just now, we've added another 20 meg. Yeah. So that is a runaway data concern that we got to think about. It's not our main issue right now. Definitely something to think about. Ah, son of a bitch. What's a better way to like see the full output? Like I'm not seeing the full logs here. All right, so I know we've been using Journal CTL. I forget what args we passed to it when we were doing it here. It wouldn't be in the caddy logs, right? So I don't think that's where it would be. All right, so here we're just passing -u, not the -x. Or the E. I forget what those even do. But okay, all right, here we go. So it's Journal CTL. Is that what it is? Yeah, Journal CTL. How do I get to see the full output of Journal CTL? The lines are getting cut off. Aha, okay. Yeah, arrow keys wasn't doing it there. I think maybe just because, like, we were breaking. There we go. All right, so now the lines wrap. That should be a little better. Okay, so error loading initial config, opening log writer. Ah, Okay, so all right, so then who owns the caddy folder? Okay, so root owns the caddy folder. But what's the service file doing? Right? So the user is Jetstream monitor. Jetstream monitor. We do need to do this part too. All right, so then let me just double check in our other instance. I just want to double check which thing owns what. So here, caddy is owned by caddy. Yep, okay. I do have a guess that maybe there was a script for permission stuff that didn't finish, but I'm not sure where that is. But yeah, let me get more music going. Where do we think that was? Hey, what's up, Celestial? How's this Saturday treating me? Pretty good. We overdid it a little bit last night on stream, but I passed out like directly afterwards. So I got like 12 plus hours of sleep. Okay, so I think we're good there. Yeah, looks like it was just a permissions issue. Uh, shit, so we already did that part. Well, shit. Let me double check this over here. Yeah, okay. Shit. Okay, so now we need to look at the log and see what's going on. Just in case, hold on. I don't want to necessarily dox anything. Let me double check. Let me double check one thing. Yeah, okay. So that's not the IP that I thought was being leaked, so we're good there. I think I can show all of this. Oh. No, maybe not. Yeah, maybe not. Okay, so right, log level error. Like I'll just have to explain it for y'all. Actually, you know what? I can just take this. We can throw it into VS Code. And then I can just remove my IP address from there. Just making sure there's not anything else I'm leaking, and I think we're good. Cool. So this is what we got. So we're getting an error from my IP address to the host. We see a bunch of not like no cache stuff, right? Like the headers seem kind of accurate. But yeah, bytes read. I guess here's the thing. Is Jetstream Monitor even running? Yeah, I'm not sure I see Jetstream Monitor even running. Hold on. So here we see HTTP localhost 3001. That should be good there, but the 3001 is not running. So here we are looking at this file. Wait, so that's the caddy service. Yeah. Which I think, okay, yep. Yeah, so restarting caddy, what we need to do is we need to restart the Jetstream. Okay, so send failure, broken pipe. That's a separate issue. What's up, Zapso? It's because of HTTPS. Oh, well, yes, you're right. Hold on. That's a good call. There you go. Nope. So yeah, that should be fine. Yes, great call. Yeah, that was because of HTTPS. Brain fart there. Okay, so we are responding to that. And Caddy is theoretically running. But we're getting a bad gateway now. Yeah, great call on the broken pipe. Yeah, great call. Um But yeah, what you up to, Zapso? So we're able to get it here. That's possible. No, yeah, it responds fine there. Right, so it looks like that part's just fine. It's 11 p.m. where you're at? Damn. All right, certificate obtained successfully. It's like a while ago, too. We are seeing a shitload of errors. So it seems to me like Let's Encrypt is having issues. Oh, we already... no, hold on. Nah, it looks like it's fine. Okay, so reverse proxy status error is what we're seeing. Yeah, I think we just haven't gotten to the end where things are actually working. Oh, we can do -R to get newest first. That would be better. Invalid argument. So it didn't like the R. Yeah, so it doesn't like the -R. Maybe capital R? Nope. That would probably work. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Like, what gives you the hunch that it's a 3001? Or that it's like, oh, connection refused. Oh, there it is. Yeah, good call. No, I see it now. Yeah, it's right there. I mean, we have 000 working elsewhere for sure. But it could be the difference between could have been the difference between like our Linux flavors, right? But a simple curl is working, so like the 3001 should work too. I'm wondering if it's a firewall issue at this point. It could easily be a firewall issue. Oh, nope. Looks like it was localhost, which could still be a firewall issue. Oh, was that it? It was trying IPv6. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, 127 should have worked as well. Okay, so I think we've got some fixes to make. All right, so yeah, now let's look at what we've got over here. But hold on, we can't finish this yet because now we want to go and verify this. No, it's going to be in the setup caddy. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Sorry, got distracted by a thing. Okay. So yeah, we got that pushed up. It should be rebuilding now, and we should be good. Let's do this other thing. So now let's double check on metrics here. Disk is still at 73. It was 72, so it's not increasing that fast, which is good. Oh, so this is a big problem. 200 megabits per second is dog shit. Hmm. Let me double check something. Yeah, it doesn't really.
Talk to the hand.
We don't really have an option to get better bandwidth. Now, do we need that bandwidth? Not right now, but we will eventually. Will we, though? Because it's just an API server. Like, we're not serving up any assets. It may be fine. Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. Like, for this, but I'm thinking about also for Masijo itself. As an example, yeah, Masijo is maxing out its CPU. Not its bandwidth, though. Shit. I do have to do this. Oh, there's the knock that we were looking for previously. Okay, multi-factor auth. Oh, and let me get more music going. What's up, Memphis? How you doing? Oh, that is the password. Okay, cool. What's up, Lanky Moose? How you doing? Okay. Let me make sure I close some things. It has been a while. Yeah, what you up to? All right, so Masijo's server is maxing out the CPU. I don't think I had seen that in the past. All right, so one thing I want to do is logged into this server. Okay, so I wanted to reset this, get it back to 0, and just double check. So you're doing the same old, contracting, deving, and vibing. Nice. Hey, nothing wrong with it, man. Hmm. I think the dashboard is definitely like the weakest part of this whole thing. But at least now we can start collecting metrics. So yeah, we're up and running. Okay. So then, yeah, there's like some other subtle things we want to fix. And what's up, Saint? How you doing? You got way too many tabs for the monitor open. Okay, so then open code. All right, so we'll kick that off. Right, should be a simple enough fix. I still don't. I still don't necessarily like this UI though. I'm not sure what we'd want to change or how, but I don't know. Yeah, we'll figure more of it out. So yeah, as that is churning on that, this is inside of the VPS. We can leave that. As far as Jetstream Turbo, we can close a bunch of these that we don't need. But then, yeah, as far as the Turbo Stream goes, let's look at this code a bit. Okay, so we don't care about that part. This is what I'm wondering now. When we see Jetstream here, all right, so where is Jetstream client being used? I just want to figure out like which Jetstream host we're connecting with. Right, so here we see that we're subscribing to the direct Jetstreams. So I almost want to... Here's what we can do. So it's going to be over here in monitor. And yeah, let's look back at the file system here. All right, so then what I'm looking at over in here is... shit. Here we go. And I know what we did here that messed this up. Okay. So yeah, these are just hard-coded. I think it's fine. So then from here, we want this to be WSS. Hold on. Let me do this. All right, so then yeah. Okay, cool. So we want Jetstream there, and we want this one here. Ah. So here's what we want to do then. For every event, we just want to track everything rather than just messages. So now looking at what's being logged, and what's up, Lil Seth? How you doing? Do I find macOS stable? I've been having a couple weird issues lately, but it's not the end of the world. So somehow the Jetstream parses more messages than, or the Jetstream is ahead of the Firehose itself, which makes absolutely zero fucking sense. Let me double check this. Oh. So looks to me like they might have even changed the URL. Now, hold on. This is US East, so we should be doing like a US East versus US East. All right, just to be sure. That way latency is not our issue. Latency could have been the issue. I still find it very interesting that the Jetstream is ahead of the Firehose somehow. Is the Jetstream not just directly subscribing to the Firehose? How could the Jetstream be faster? Does this make any sense to anybody? So yeah, this is okay. All right, we do see it dip every once in a while, but then it just climbs. So yeah, like based on the assumption that, like, we were thinking, oh, it might be better to just go straight to the Firehose instead of the Jetstream. No, the Jetstream's ahead on events. Consistently ahead. Like, we see the Firehose itself make major, like, batch jumps, and then it just fails again. Right? Like, see, yeah, we see it jump, and then it just falls right back behind. Between subscribe and subscribe repos? That I'm not sure of. We should double check that. I don't think so. Hold on, let's skip this song. Get it out of my ears singing. Right, so I don't just want a feed of posts. So yeah, that already is a fix we need to make. Oof, yeah, it just falls way behind. Okay, well, now I have one more thing I kind of want to try. Now I want to see the Jetstream versus the TurboStream. And the Jetstream is way faster than the TurboStream, which totally makes sense. So yeah, the Jetstream is actually just heavily optimized. Right? And this is why we have such like a chance to win over the TurboStream. Right? Because the TurboStream has to do a whole bunch of junk. But I just don't think it's doing it as fast as it possibly could. Which is why we're, keeping track with our monitor here. We're already 1,000 messages ahead after 20 minutes. Meanwhile, yeah, the TurboStream is 20,000 messages ahead of the Jetstream after a minute. Whoa, dude. So yeah, that's interesting. Okay, so I at least wanted to validate that assumption. Would reading the direct Seaboard data from the Firehose help? The answer is no, because the Jetstream is actually faster than the Firehose. That's blowing my fucking mind. I don't understand how it could be. Like, how? Like, what's it written in? Okay, so it's Go code. All right, so it makes sense that it would be faster than that Python. Ah, that makes sense. Slow tree. So it's not like, so the Jetstream just isn't validating anything. But I still wonder, like, what's it listening to? Like, how is it so much faster? Like, is it not just using the Firehose under the hood anyway? Like, I just wonder, like, what WebSocket is it connecting to? Like, where is it actually getting any of this data? Right? Like, as far as I understand, it's subscribing to the Firehose itself anyway. They connect to different endpoints. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to find though. Like, where is their connection? Like, what are they actually connecting to? Because worst case scenario, I could connect to that instead. Like, I understand how the WebSocket protocol is, like, connecting and all that. I want to find the actual link. Right, so here it is. This is the same endpoint that we were just hitting. Oh, and 1 second. Yeah, so here's what I'm going to get at, Slowtree. You're just blindly copying and pasting some LLM output without actually understanding what I'm talking about. Yes, I can read your thing. The endpoint for the fire hose is blank. The endpoint for the jet stream is blank. That's not what I'm asking whatsoever. The jet stream has to listen to something. I'm not talking about its broadcast. I'm saying, what is it listening to get its data? And we just validated that it's actually consuming the same exact WebSocket that we were just validating. So how could it possibly be faster than the thing that it's listening to? Right? That's what we're getting at. We're not doing any of this CBOR or the crypto stuff. We're not handling the binary yet, even from the raw fire hose. But somehow the jet stream is faster than the raw fire hose itself. That's insane. There's no reason that should be the case. Like, there's absolutely no reason why the thing consuming the thing could be faster than the thing it's consuming. Right? See what I'm getting at? It's like a chicken and egg problem. But I would just be careful about blindly spamming us with some shit ChatGPT told you. Because it led you fundamentally down the wrong path. I was not asking how to connect to these things. I was asking what they are connecting to. Yeah, I can type random shit into ChatGPT as well, man. There's a reason I didn't ask it, because it doesn't fucking know. Slowtree, that is the kind of slop that most open source maintainers are complaining about these days. So I'm getting at, by vibe coding something out or blindly accepting the answers that LLMs give you, you're losing the plot. What's up, Brainless? Slowtree and anyone else out there, this is why you should not be learning with these LLMs. They do not replace the actual effort of focused learning. And they are actually making you worse at what you do by relying on them too much. And I get it. This is a vibe coding stream right now. But I'm only successful with vibe coding because I'm an engineer. Because I question the bullshit that it's going to spit out. I get that ice coding cat, but we just had someone do the exact same thing, right? Like I'm sitting here asking my questions out loud. We're going through the learning process, and they're just sitting here copying and pasting some spam from ChatGPT to us, right? Rather than actually understanding what we're asking, they're just taking what we're saying and copying and pasting it and regurgitating the result. That's actually a really, really bad approach. There's absolutely zero thought that went into them blindly spamming us. But what we can see here is, yeah, Jetstream main.go. It looks to me like it's actually doing the same thing, right? It's just listening to Blue Sky, right? Like it's just listening to this endpoint. How could that endpoint possibly be faster or slower than the thing consuming it? That's just the strangest thing, in my opinion. So yeah, the relay versus B-Sky network. I'm gonna guess we can assume that they're on US East with this B-Sky network. So we're gonna stick with US East here as well. Now, if we run it, I just don't get it. And then hold on. So yeah, brainless. Let me read your comment first, and then I'll get to Ice Coding Cat. You began using Codex, and you agree it's pretty decent if you know what you're kind of looking for. Yeah. Otherwise, it's really easy just to introduce bugs because it doesn't know. Yeah, it's a Markov chain. So you don't take what it says blindly. If you say you're going to architect way X and it replies, do it way A, B, C, and you don't think that's the best way, you tell it why you don't think so and ask for clarification. You go back and forth with it to refine ideas. Yeah, that's a good way to do that, for sure. I like that. I like the planning process. That's not a bad idea. Yeah, so them being like within one of each other, that makes sense, right? There's gonna be a slight delay here and there, just random stuff. But with the exact same endpoints, yeah, we're kind of just like hovering at the zero. You know, there's a little flicker that we can kind of just attribute to, I don't know, chaos factor, I guess. I don't know what we'd attribute that to, but yeah. So, all right, we verified that part at least. That's good. Yeah, so here we go. Let me get more music going. But what the fuck is Framian? It's a cool name. Looks like a studio. Yeah. Okay, so nope, that's not it. All right. Okay. We're going to put this in a GitHub gist as well. Oh, what was the name of Cassidy's thing? That was like the gist something or other. Oh, shit. What was Cassidy Williams working on? What was the name of it? Uh, Fancy Gist. That's it. Fancy Gist. Okay. Okay. I don't know about that, Sebastian. First time chatting here, spamming us with a link. I don't know, man. I'm doing well. How are you, Kenny? What are you up to? Aren't I at least intrigued by the name? Only a little bit, but I don't know, there's shit you could do. I don't know, I don't feel like leaking my IP address to you. Because I don't know you. See? We got another person spamming us. Right? Ados Gaming just spammed us with a link to check out their project. Yeah, no thanks. I'm good. They can just get straight up banned, though. So yeah, Sebastian, we just had another person spam us with some bullshit. Am I intrigued by the name? Fuck no. I don't give a shit. You can go spam someone else, dude. I am going to report the other guy, though. All right, cool. So yeah, reported the other spammer. Sebastian, I would encourage you to have a little empathy and maybe not be a spammer. Based on your app, you are kind of slop. Right? I appreciate that. Thank you. But it is absolutely spam. Be a member of a community before you start sharing things out like that. But Kenny, you just got home from work? Nice. All right, so yeah, hopefully we'll get some kind of responses or something about this. But I'm just still so curious about how could the fire hose be consistently faster? Like it is 15,000 messages ahead after just 15 minutes. Like I do not understand how the jet stream could be faster than the fire hose, because the jet stream is literally listening to the fire hose. Could it be latency? Could latency be the entire explanation? Like maybe the thing we're connecting to is in Europe or something? So it looks like at least the bsky.network domain is somewhere in San Jose, which makes sense. But that doesn't mean they're not doing some like reverse proxying for like the path. So yeah, I guess, yeah, we might never know. But Sebastian, how about this? Do you want to describe what your product does? Oh, I was gonna say, hold up, is that C Sharp Fritz without any beard? No way, I've never seen that before. But okay, so let's close some stuff. Yeah, I don't think I realized how compute heavy Masijo's server was. Dude, the server responds fast. Oh, and I think that time's out on us too. Yeah, it seems like our delete endpoint is really slow. So yeah, we got some bugs to fix for Masijo. This is something I thought was really funny. I was watching Theo's video earlier, the one about like this is my Doomer video or whatever, right? And he's sitting there showing like, oh, it's so quick to navigate from page to page. Yeah, single page applications have made that really easy for ages. You know, like, dude. Ooh, do we have a bug there though? Oh no! So we got a bug with our navigation. Shit. But yeah, like, look at how quick that is to navigate. Like, oh, yeah, single page applications have been able to do that for fucking ever. Like, I don't know. Just him showing, like, how quick it was from page to page. It's like, number one, you didn't need server side rendering for any of that shit. The initial load of the app dashboard could have been the place where you fetched all the JS assets you needed, and you're done. So I do find that interesting. He's still very, like, SSR build for apps that do not need it. I just do find that very interesting. Yeah, the team settings link, though, that's broken. A way to test latency between two WebSocket endpoints? Sure. Were you basically just trying to figure out, like connection latency, like setting up the WebSocket and all that? Yeah, I'm curious. What was the result? Oh, excuse me for the sneeze. So a starship, that is incorrect. No, SSR for SEO is absolutely necessary. But Theo was not showing anything where SEO would benefit. Right? Like, he was showing this, like, admin, like, he was showing a dashboard that you have to log into. Like, there's a clear login gate, you know? Whatever part he built that with did not need to be SSR. Now, is part of the benefit that his landing page and his app dashboard can be part of the same code base? Sure, TanStack Start would solve that. Technically, TanStack Router would solve that. So then you could have your static page, and then the rest can be, you know, CSR. You view SSR more as a way to hide your code from the end user. But it doesn't, because it has to rehydrate anyway. Like, why do you need to hide away your React code? It's not like you're not shipping server code. Like, why do you give a shit about someone taking your React code? Like, your front end stuff. That makes zero sense. Oh no, they copied my CSS. Oh no. Yeah, people still see the HTML. The JavaScript payload still has to, like, bootstrap in. But SSR for SEO is still absolutely necessary. Search engines render React. They're really fucking bad at it, and only Google is the one that does so. Almost all other search engines do not render React. I'm pretty sure Bing still doesn't. I'm pretty sure DuckDuckGo definitely doesn't. Brave Search doesn't. Like, nothing other than Google will actually run that JavaScript code. So yes, for SEO, you absolutely still need proper... What I would say is you don't need SSR, you need static site generation. Yeah, they're not going to spend a lot of compute, right? 100 milliseconds or something super small like that. Exactly. Because it's not even worth the cost at that point. So yes, if you need SEO, if you need, you know, all sorts of stuff, SSR and static site rendering are important. But if there's a login gate, they're not important anymore. And that's what I'm getting at. Like, using Next.js for something that is fully login gated is actually a shit experience. Right? It's a bad developer experience, and it's a bad user experience. And I definitely shouldn't see some Next.js errors when navigating your documentation. I've seen that from too many fucking companies. It's really fucking bad. I should not see some random Next.js error when navigating your documentation. What the fuck? Just statically render that shit and move on. It was mind-blowing to me that he put in so much work. He put in so much work making the SSR and, like, the prefetching work. You can actually just add the prefetch tag to, like, you know, Ahrefs. You can just let the browser do that. You don't even need to do anything fancy. But even then, like, if you're doing client-side routing and your app is as small as the one he was showing, yeah, you don't even need per route bundling. So I just think that is, like, that is one of the bits that I still really, really, really disagree with you about. I consider him a friend. He's a cool dude. But man, just some of the shit that you see him, like, hyping is not worth hype. It's actually like, oh, you put in all this work to make the prefetching work better? Yeah, that's just bad engineering because you shouldn't have had to do that. Yeah, this is called neo-brutalism. The framework I'm linking to is probably one you shouldn't use. There's another at retroui.dev. It's retroui.something. The one that I'm linking to there is out of date. I'm going to have to migrate off of it at some point, but it's shadcn, so like it being out of date isn't like the end of the world. You know, like the components are still copied to my code base. Like there is no like supply chain issue there. But there aren't going to be any new components pushed to that library. There aren't going to be any bug fixes, etc. And it's still 100% like Radix based, whereas I think even shadcn is opting into base UI instead of Radix at this point. And I think Retro UI would probably push that same thing, right? Because they're like up to date. But okay, so, damn, yeah. Dude, it's like 1,000 messages a minute that the Jetstream is faster by. Dude, that's just fucking crazy. I don't understand that. We still got a thing. Okay, so, yep, we still got to keep prompting this bullshit. Honestly, this is where it's just so bad at some of this stuff. Okay, so do it. Right, we'll have it fix that. But then, yes, we need to prompt it to, like, this uptime value is totally fucking wrong. You know? And yeah, this like message rate is totally wrong too. I'm not sure how they're calculating that either. Like this is getting to the point where I'm getting diminishing returns on the vibe coding aspect of it. But at least we verified that consuming the raw Jetstream is not a goal, not something that would help us. Is there other stuff we could do for the turbo stream itself that would improve things? And I really think the turbo stream's done. I think we're good. Let's at least double check storage. Right. So here we are, we're at 75%, and it's just steadily increasing. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna fire up an open code here. For the Rust implementation of the turbo stream, I am seeing linear growth of the SQLite database. It seems to be steadily and is already at 75% of the available storage. Do we have any mechanism for preventing that EV from getting too big? And the answer is no. I'm almost positive. But we'll have it analyze the code base and double check. And what's up, Mictronics? How you doing? Yeah, I'm almost positive we don't have anything for that. And it's absolutely the SQLite stuff, because RAM would be our like Redis instance, and we're seeing that like kind of go down over time. So if we look at over the last 24 hours, yeah, RAM kind of like, it consumes more. It does dip. It does clean things up over time. But we are seeing absolutely like purely linear growth on our storage, and that is not good. So there's definitely something we got to fix there. So it's going to start looking in and finding that, and meanwhile, this is chugging along doing its thing. All right, so fix monitor. I'm going to start like breaking up my commits based on like what we're updating. But this is a fix for the monitor, and the fix for the monitor is just use proper labels for streams. Sure. We don't need to push that just yet because that's a simple enough fix. We're going to restart with a fresh context here. And I know there's other things I could have done to make that better. But the idea is... And wait, what is... OpenCode Go versus OpenCode Zen? Don't I already have that? Oh, I see. So we're probably on OpenCode Go, or just like a free tier. Where they show the prices. All right, so Big Pickle, Minimax 2.5. Those are the only free ones besides, I guess GPT-5 Nano. Okay. I hadn't seen that one in the list. Yeah, so they say the absolute lowest prices. These are open router prices. There's nothing special about this. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't think Zen is what I need. Yeah, I think OpenRouter would be fine. All right, so then yeah, back to this. What is the thing we want to prompt from here? The uptime values in the 24-hour and 28-day sections seems to be the old calculation. E.g., it doesn't start at 1%, at 100%. All right, so that'll keep chugging along on that part. Okay, so yeah, SQLite DB grows linearly because there's no active cleanup. Two cleanup mechanisms exist but are disconnected from the main flow. Cleanup old records deletes records older than next days, and database rotator rotates to new DB files, keeps n most recent. I think record level cleanup is probably ideal. But I was wondering if maybe there's a way to use a size-based trigger, not based, but whatever. All right, so hybrid approach of max DB size and retention days. On startup, and periodically check if current size greater than max DB size MB. If exceeded, delete records older than retention days, then vacuum. Also run a nightly time-based cleanup as a safety net. So yes, let's create a beads issue for this. Okay. So we do this part. We get this chugging along. While it's doing its thing, thinking it's going to create the issue. Did it create the issue? Okay, so I'm going to say do it. Fuck it. All right, so then how's this one? So this is still in the planning step for this part. Right? So it's mathematically correct for a 24-hour window. Okay, so I'm going to let that churn for a sec while I grab another soda, and I'll be right back. Give me a second. Okay, and I'm back. So yeah, we got these two things planning. And then real quick, for whoever was here last night, I don't necessarily remember the last parts of the stream. I wasn't a jerk, was I? Or like more of a jerk than normal, I should say. Had a bit of the whiskey in me. Not a good excuse, but it is what happened. Alrighty. So yeah, it's currently 3:41. We got time. Yeah, so does this plan look correct? All right, so yeah, we're gonna call that good. Do it. By the lack of responses, I guess I was kind of a jerk last night, huh? Shit. I'm sorry, everyone. That's my bad. Oops. But yeah, Four Wheel, thank you for the sub. You forgot his username, but we were on him. Wait, what do you mean by that? Was there someone I was roasting? I think there was someone over on YouTube that maybe I wasn't as nice to. I don't know. I can't remember. Oh, I roasted the fuck out of him? Oh, shit. Was I justified or was I just being a jerk? I guess that's the main question. Oh, it was a 21-hour account? Oh. Yeah. So I was probably somewhat justified, but also maybe a little over the top. As long as I delete the VODs. Oof. Was it really that bad? Oof. Touche, touche. I don't like to be a jerk, though. So it's definitely something I gotta work on. Nah, that makes sense. That's a good call, Four Wheel. Yeah. Nah, I made the VOD private. Pretty much anytime I don't remember, like, the last hour or two of stream, that's when I'm gonna, like, make the VOD private. And we don't even have them here on Twitch. I think it's because I was smoking the weed. The weed really does impact my memory way more than it used to, like when drinking. But you can't find the shader? Yeah, I mean, it's in my fork of Ghosty shaders. So yeah, gluttonies. Yeah, this one is, I believe, Synthwave. I think it's Synthwave Sunset. When I mix the weed with the whiskey, I'm calmer than on whiskey alone. I could see that. I could see that. Okay. Sorry, Chief. When they get that syrup in them, they get all antsy in the pantsy. But yeah, so gluttonies. Yeah, go ahead and check that out. There's a few others too. And we got preview images for all of them too. So it should be easy enough to, check them out, see what you like. There's a few others that I can't publish that are quite fun. Ooh, the DVD one's good. The elevator's not bad. You're eating some sushi right now? Ooh, what kind of roll? Ooh, this is my favorite one. Yeah, gluttonies. This is the best one. It's like Rain one. So good. This is the best one. Ocean's not bad. Some of the others are okay, but dude, the Night Drive one is so good. This one's not bad either. But yeah, anyway. Uh, so yeah, looking at these. Max DB size in memory. I do want to update that value. I want it to be closer to like... We can do 10 gigs. I got no problem with 10 gigs. DB retention days. I think that one we only really need it to be like 4. So cool that you can have that in a terminal. Yeah, exactly. It's really awesome. Give please. That's what that emote was. Okay. All right. So let's double check. Yeah, we got this part. I think we just want to go in and modify that just slightly in the settings page. For settings file. Will the stats be affected by the data being cleaned up? When you say stats, I assume you mean like this, right? These stats? This, it could impact the throughput, but we're not maxed out on CPU, so I think we should be okay. I don't know. We're going to allow 20 gigs worth of data. I'm okay with 20 gigs worth of data. We're at like 27 right now. DB retention will make 3 days. I mean, just going based off what they're saying. I almost like the percentage based version of this more than I like the other parts. And I guess four wheel. When you're saying I'm calmer, is it that I get less like heated, but I'm still like kind of just as mean? Or am I even like nicer, like I have more patience? Like, am I at least like less of grumpy meanie guy? Or is it about the same? And the only thing that changes is my tone. At least I'm not yelling, right? I keep my cool better and the edge is not there. That makes sense. Yeah, that really does track. Well, on that note, I should probably take a bong toke, huh? I think that's the only like takeaway from that, right? It could have gone worse, is what you're saying. Exactly. I'll take that. That's a win. Uh, loop seems like a good plan, but I want to make sure we aren't uh when I got the whiskey on me, or when I got the weed in me, and I focus in on the code, I end up doing a lot of good work. Okay. I mean, study high, take the test high, get high scores. Like, yeah, my entire like learning career, I was baked as fuck. Like, I didn't even really drink back then. Not like I do now. So yeah, it's probably closer to like the state that I became a dev in. It's not even Balmer Peak. It's more like that's just like how I did my learning. Yeah, like back when I was a snowboard bum, I had friends that grew commercial amounts of weed. Like we're talking like $40,000 crops every month and a half type shit. Fully legal, sold to the state, sold at dispensaries, all that shit. I mean, a couple other people I knew weren't fully legal, but yeah, like I had multiple friends that were pulling down many $1,000 crops like every month and a half. So I smoked a lot of weed. A lot of weed. And I always had like a TV going or something too to distract me. So yeah, like I don't know. I've been practicing for basically streaming forever. You wish Georgia would go ahead and legalize it, dude. It would solve a lot of problems, honestly. I mean, I would say the security guards at Magic City would probably still need to carry their assault weapons, but they'd probably need to use them less. If that makes sense. That was the thing that blew my mind. I'd never been to a strip club where the security guards had full on like automatic weapons, like right there at the holster, like multiple. I've never been to a strip club like that before. But Magic City is an experience, to say the least. It's where like all the gangsters go. So like I kind of like learned about strip clubs in Portland. And in Portland, most strip clubs are basically just a glorified bar. Like I've been to a strip club where the bartender was also a dancer. You know, like anyone need a drink before I go do a song? All right, cool. Like I've been to a bar like that. I'm pretty sure that's not legal. I'm almost positive that's not legal, like food service wise. You know, like, but yeah, Portland definitely has like dive strip clubs, whereas Atlanta basically has like Magic City. There's like Cheetah Lounge, which is kind of like more reasonable. And then there's like the dive strip club, like Claremont Lounge, right? Magic City is where all like the gangsters go. Not all the gangsters. Like at the Cheetah Lounge, CeeLo Green has like a regular table. He had his birthday there last year, right? Like shit like that. But Cheetah Lounge is where you go when you don't want to deal with the bullshit of Magic City. Magic City is one of those places where you'll go and there's people just like Monopoly manning dollar bills, you know? Like there were people smoking weed inside of Magic City. For sure, 100%. But they were also in like a private booth and like, you know, just other bullshit. So like it's where like all the gangsters go. That's the only way to like really frame that. But it's an experience. Like I'd never been to a club like that before. So yeah, last time you went to a bar where there was security with AR, it was a military event. Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. Okay. Yes, this plan looks better. The bar was technically on base. Oh, interesting. Okay. I think that makes more sense then. Do it. Do it. In the middle of Atlanta, you have to have weapons to protect the people. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't actually seem that much different than other places. Yeah, sure. When I went to render ATL, not last year, but the year before, yeah, there was a shooting like a block away. Last year at fucking Cascadia JS, there was a shooting in Capitol Hill like a block away from Cascadia. Like, so it's like, I don't know, man. This shit happens everywhere. I don't know if Atlanta's really that much more dangerous. All the guards in your hospital have them, though? That is interesting. Shit. Yeah, I don't know. I guess the gang situation down there is a lot stronger than Seattle. Like, as far as I know, I don't think there's any, like, really, truly big gang. So there's no, like, gang wars. You just get, like, random shots, right? Like, it's less gang bullshit and more just, like, unhinged asshole bullshit. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, honestly, Atlanta, when I was there, it felt really fucking safe. Like, I've never felt in danger. I've only had that moment once where I was like, oh shit, that could have gone the wrong way if I wasn't like going into my hotel like immediately, you know? Like, when I was in New York 2 years ago, I was at Rick's, the strip club there. My hotel was like around the corner. Walking back from Rick's around that corner, there were definitely some like dudes hanging out that I think started following me. But my hotel was just like right there. That was the only time in the past, I want to say like 10 years where I've actually like even been somewhat worried. And like I walk around Seattle all over the place through like some of the worst neighborhoods and it's just fine, you know? Like Seattle's so chill. I don't understand how people can think Seattle's this like hellscape, you know? It's just bad media. Yeah, exactly. All right, you watch any like news station in Texas and they just talk about how like Seattle's this like urban hellscape. And it's just not. All right, so we want to add some new tests for that new functionality. Let's double check this now. All right, so then from here, what else do we want to do? All right, so consider the layout of the monitor UI and think about how we can make this better, blah, 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 right? Yeah, exactly, Alcaeus. Yeah, it's yeah, 100%. Like I have family in Texas. I've seen the ads. Right? I was in Austin last year, actually 2 years ago, for some event, and the news came on, and it's talking about like, ooh, someone was assaulted in a bank drive-through. Blah. Like, why is this like? Why is Seattle news like that news in Texas? I guarantee some shit like that happened in Texas that same day. But oh no, we gotta like paint Seattle to be the bad guy for some reason. It's just so weird, man. It's propaganda. It's literal propaganda. I do find like if you just look at like violent crime rates though, isn't Texas like way ahead of Seattle too? As far as like how much more violent crime there is? I'm almost positive. Like almost any big city in Texas, maybe besides Austin, has higher crime rates, doesn't it? So it's almost like they're doing this like magician trick of like, oh, don't pay attention to the man behind the curtain. You know, like look at this stuff over here. Yeah, exactly, dude. For sure. And you'll get someone to do that here in Seattle every once in a while, but it's not like an everyday thing. I do find that just so strange. Right. So level of crime, sure. Seattle's like home broken, things stolen is definitely harder. Car stolen, sure. But worries about being attacked. Worries about being attacked based on skin color, religion, or gender? Low. Dude. People using or dealing drugs? Yeah, Seattle's way higher on the drug thing for sure. I guess I wanted violent crime. Problem violent crimes such as assault and armed robbery. Texas is higher. Vandalism and theft. Yeah, Seattle's higher. Corruption and bribery. Ooh, good job, Texas. Yeah, I don't know if any of these are really like great stats. Portland, Oregon? Really? Portland's pretty safe, dude. This is total crime, though. Right? Property crime, very high. Violent crime is not. I want to see the violent crime stats. Yeah, right? When we start looking at violent crime, Seattle and Portland are no longer whatsoever in the list. What's going on in Memphis? A lack of education. Like, dude, for sure. And hey, Atlanta's not in the list either. Good job, Atlanta. But yeah, property crime. Yeah, Portland and Seattle are definitely near the top of the list with property crime. Right? There's a lot of thieves. Sure. But violent crime? Right? Houston, Texas is way fucking higher. Detroit still hasn't fixed their problems. For the property crime in San Fran? Yeah, I do find that interesting. And honestly, like Houston and San Antonio are both way up there too. Houston would be a better comparison, sure. So yeah, I don't know. It's just I find it very interesting. But anyway, it's not that big a deal. Whatever. But okay, so how's the vibing going? It was worth thinking about. Yeah, exactly. All right, so let's go through the plan here. Number one, visual polish is more important first. Two, all right, so it needs to come up with a plan there. How about this? Okay, so it's still coming up with that plan, sure. So then for this part, git commit dash m. This is fix turbo stream. All right, so we'll get both of those up and deployed. So let's look at its current plan. Clearly not Claude Code via OpenAI. How would that even work? I mean, I guess you could use Claude Code Router and get OpenAI models into Claude Code, but why not just use Codex at that point? Am I running Minimax locally? No, I'm using OpenCode. And OpenCode provides a free tier of Minimax, at least until they don't anymore. But OpenCode does have some free tier models that are worth checking out. Right, so yeah, stream A, stream B. Yeah, Minimax is great, for sure. No, no, no. Open Code has Open Code Zen, right? So when we go to Open Code and we go models, right? This right here, Minimax 2.5 is Open Code Zen. So that's their own like Open Router alternative, which I think they're probably using Open Router under the hood for anyway, but maybe not. I'm not sure. But yeah, what we end up seeing is that there's also Open Code Zen has Trinity Large Preview, which might also be Open Router, but Open Code Zen is proxying that. That's my current guess. I think Open Code Zen is proxying Open Router with the option for them to like directly tie to other providers too. So yeah, like the Open Code Minimax, like free, is most likely a direct deal with them rather than like going through Open Router, because Open Router doesn't even have Minimax for free. So that's probably Minimax 2.1, not 2.5, though. I would actually double check that four wheel. As far as I know, there isn't a free tier. Yeah, there's just standard Nitro for Minimax 2.5. You might be on 2.1 still. I would be really curious about that. Are you sure you're going through Open Router four wheel? Yeah, I don't see that available on Open Router. Like, are you using it right now? Or is it just like there when you do it, but then when you try to do something with it, does it still work? I'm just so curious about that. Because I don't see a free tier for it, like anywhere. And you're sure you're on 2.5? That is crazy. Yeah, I'm not sure how you got that, man. How are you doing that? Okay, you are going through OpenCode Zen. All right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Yeah, you might need to update OpenCode. I'm not sure when the last time you installed was. Like, what version are you on? Oh, okay, okay. Gotcha. Okay, do it. All right, so we deployed Turbo to the VPS. We deployed the monitor, and now it's just running benchmarks. Okay. All right, something feels off there. Yeah, exactly. Do it. Do it. Do it. Oh, and yeah. Okay, so this one's fine, right? Our CPU is spiking. There's not much we can do about that. But for the turbo stream, our disk is at 81%. We did see a spike, and we're still at the 81%. We did see it spike up and then down. And it's really like every 5 minutes that we do this. So we do want to give it some time to just like finish. Let me get more music going. Oh, and we were seeing spikes here on the turbo stream. But now it's way lower. Okay. Why would we have seen that spiking? All right, so we'll start over from scratch and should be able to go to metrics and see our disk usage dramatically drop. And now that we've done that, we should be better off. We do want to just like leave it running for a few days, right? Okay, CPU usage should stay relatively low. right? And we started with an entirely new, fresh database, meaning all of our cache was emptied out. So now our goal is to eventually see this delta value become positive. Okay, and then how's this thing doing? Oh yeah, Manlin. That's a common enough thing, right? That's the I don't understand why it doesn't work. Tap tap tap. I don't understand why it works. It doesn't work. Why? It works. Why? Like, yeah. Pretty accurate. Pretty accurate. God, it's just still really bad at UI. You broke everything. The middle diff value sits at 0. You kept the diff inside the live cards when not needed. Uptime and streak never change from that. All right, so I do need to use the restroom, and yeah, dude, it just Minimax is really, really fucking bad at UI. I think that's all there is to it. My guess is like maybe it's because we're doing this all like vanilla, and there's just not a lot of good examples or something. Like if we were doing this with React, would it be better? This is your first written warning, AI. Exactly. Alrighty. And yeah, who all's out there? Okay. Sorry, coworker, not coworker. Sorry, ambassador just showed us something very interesting. So yeah, what's up, JLM, Mister Sir? Feeling real nice. Going code. Hell yeah. You're gonna do some code? You coding some stuff? Yeah. All right, do it. And ooh, all right. So it already toggled back over. We're still at a delta of negative 3 hundo here, though. But it's slowly increasing. All right, so DISC is sitting at 7%, which is fine, right? We saw it drop massively from the 83 that it peaked at. Amount of memory usage that dropped, but it'll probably increase as time goes on. Our CPU massively spiked during this period of time. Like over the last hour, we were definitely hitting like up to 100%, which is no good. But the rest is looking okay. And yeah, it does seem to me like this value will eventually get to what we're looking for. We've only been running for 12 minutes, you know? I think last time we looked, it took at least 20 to get to a positive delta. With the other stuff we're doing, it could take a little longer. Okay, so yeah, this is looking fine. Okay, so it thinks it's ready now. Dude, it's just really bad at this part. But yeah, who all wants to play some games tonight? Brainless, you in for some more Pal World? Robotic Head, you out there yet? All right. But yeah, JLem or Alex or anyone else that would like to maybe join us, we got room. Do it. Do it. Do it. Actually, can Buffer do this? 1 second. Did I see the stream parrot you sent me? Did you redeem? Oh, got it. Just do it. Oh, I see. I see. Now I see what you're saying. Okay. Yeah. No, I get it. I get it. No, you sent it through Discord. That's fine. Um, I'm gonna need to delete some older image, I think. Okay. I am out of available emote slots. Yeah, we got to go delete one. Hmm. I don't think we use this one anymore. We definitely don't use this one anymore. All right, we freed up 2 of them. I think that's fine. All right, so we're going to add a new one. Butter chicken is the best one. That one's solid. I can delete thinking. No, that's fine. All right, so this is an other. The phrase is just do it. Do we want just do it or just the phrase do it? That's up to you. I mean, it's up to you. What do you want? All right, well, it's in there. It should take a little bit before it actually kicks in. Just give it, I don't know, a few minutes. And then, yeah, let's go log in here. I have a thought. All right, so now do it GIF. All right, there we go. Hold on. Hold on, hold on. All right, so I think we're good there. Do it. All right, so when you hear me saying do it, I am making a direct reference to that Starsky and Hutch character. Do it. Do it. Do it. Like, yeah, exactly. 100%. That is what I am channeling when I type do it. So now you got a reference. You can hear it in your head the same way I do now. So, that moment when you finish 3 complex machines in the factory and realize they are not freaking aligned. So, Oscryptor Brainless is talking about a game called, what is it, like Alchemy something or other? What's the name of it? Is it Alchemy Factory? Alchemy Factory. Yeah. So it's like an automation kind of game. Like think Satisfactory, but you run like a wizard's like potion shop kind of thing. He's specifically talking about Alchemy Factory, but Factorio, similar idea, right? Satisfactory, Factorio, whatever, you know? Let me get more music going. Oh, I think we played that one already today. Shit. That's a good album. All right. How is our turbo monitor going? We have not caught up yet, but we're getting there. Slowly but steadily. All right. So now let's double check the output. What the fuck, dude? I think we should actually probably just start from a completely fresh context. I think compaction here is the wrong step. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. I think I'm asking it to do too many things at once. That's probably where I'm running into a problem here. And yeah, I keep coming back to thinking about the Doomer video that Theo put out. And it's just, I don't know, man. Yes, companies are going to be like, oh, you know what? We could just vibe code out this software as a service thing that we're consuming and using. But then it's just another thing they have to maintain, right? Like we're seeing, like even something as simple as this monitor. There's stuff that's just not quite right. There's things you're going to have to fix and maintain. Any service that you build is a service you have to like actually like update. You have to like do stuff to. That's what you pay for when you pay for a software as a service. It's not just the act of like building it from scratch, it's the ongoing maintenance cost of it. Software as a service is typically way cheaper than the ongoing maintenance cost. So I think there's going to be a lot of like fuck around, find out happening where companies are like, yeah, we ditched 80% of our software as a service subscriptions and we built all these things in-house. Oh, and then we realized we need to hire more people to maintain these things. And that 200 grand a year engineer is more than any of our subscriptions ever cost us in the first place. You know? I don't see the whole, like, why, like, SaaS is dead, you can just vibe code every SaaS that you use now. No, dude, because then you got to maintain that thing you vibe code. Yeah, some agent churning 24/7 might be able to do that for you at what fucking token cost, you know? And there's still got to be someone dealing with it, project managing it, telling it what it needs to actually do, right? At the end of the day, these are still like human concerns that cost you money because a human can only do so much in a single day. The cost of a $50 a month subscription, it would take decades to work off a single year's salary of an engineer that has to maintain that shit. Exactly, roast beef. I think that's going to be the biggest thing. Like, yes, is there more stuff we can do? Here's something that I thought was very, very fucking funny. I was in a meeting the other day, and one of the people who's like super high up in our engineering organization was talking about how AI is now making it to where we're pushing more code than we ever have before. And immediately, the hairs on my neck stood up. And I went and looked at our fucking velocity, right? Like the stats in GitHub. We have far less commits than we had a year ago. Far less. So, like, there's just this, like, cognitive dissonance happening where people think they're being so much more productive, but are you? You're actually really bad at judging that. We all are. We can just look at the actual stats. We have less commits and less pull requests and less merges now than we did a year ago. Is AI really pumping out that much more code? I don't think it is. Now, I only checked 2 projects, but both of them had this exact same downward trend of actual contribution. I didn't look at our back-end stuff because I don't know the back-end stuff. But front-end, right, or, you know, desktop, yeah, dude, it's actually less commits than we've had in the past at this same exact time last year. Human beings are really fucking bad at gauging these things and measuring these and like feeling it in the moment. That's why we need data analysis, because our instincts are actually fucking wrong most of the time. It is really easy for a placebo effect to change our opinions. Now, I don't know how this tracks with, like, how many people were on each project. Have we actually just, like, do we have less devs? I don't know, man. But it doesn't jive with, like, the sentiment that I'm hearing from people who are, like, fully all in, bought into AI. Like, I find that just so damn strange. It's almost like people are lying to themselves about it. Like, there's some, like, sunk cost fallacy. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just not sure. I'm just not sure. And it's not like our entire like dev team is like fully bought into the AI. There are definitely like devs that just aren't feeling it as is like just the general consensus, you know? The majority of devs out there in the world are not the fucking people at the forefront. They are people just now dabbling and trying and testing. So yeah, hold on. Here we go. Here's another. Lord Roast Beef, you had a chat the other day with a non-coding coworker that deployed a fully vibe-coded service for your company that worked fine with 2 users. Third and fourth, crashed and never came back. Yep. Right? Like, there is no thing in the world that's going to make our bosses, right, like our managers, do more work. That's never been a thing that's ever happened in capitalist society. Managers never take on more work. No, they're going to hire someone to do this shit. That's as simple as it is. Managers do not take on more work. It's a very simple process, actually. It's like one of the universal truths. All right, so you're on your second year of CS, and sometimes you're really anxious. You obviously don't have the experience enough to know anything about the market or how industry works, and seeing all the doomers and the news, it stresses you out. Yeah, I get it. I just think, I don't know, man. Most companies are in the fuck around and find out stage of things. They're in the fuck around stage. They haven't actually gotten to the find out part. Right? Like Block shedding, what was it, the 4,000 devs they had? Something like 40% of their workplace. And not just devs, but just 4,000 people at the company. I get it. But also, like, I don't know, man. How much of that was from just like an overhiring anyway? Like, has Block done major layoffs since they hired too many people? I don't know. Like, I just don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. I guess here's the biggest thing to maybe make you feel a little bit better there, Ribus. Rebus? Hold on, 206. Does that mean you're like here in the Seattle area? Or is that just like a random number that somehow lines up with the area code here in Seattle? You're from Europe. Where does the 206 come from? I'm curious about that. Was it just random? Because, yeah, here in Seattle, 425 and 206 are like the area codes for phone numbers. And there was like a big split that happened, dude, like 30 years ago. Like everything was in 206 and then it got split up between 206 and 425. But yeah, just, I don't know. I was just curious. Yeah, so Rebus, I guess the biggest thing to recognize there is like in Europe, the salaries for software devs is really just not that much better than other random like white collar stuff. So it's not even necessarily worth this crazy value. I could actually see companies maintaining developers in Europe because they're so much cheaper anyway. Like the cost, like value benefit, right? That ratio is actually still pretty damn high towards like just hiring humans instead. Because they're just not paid nearly as well over in Europe, right? So I don't know. I would say there's probably more like job security in Europe than there is here in the U.S. because here in the U.S. devs are paid way more, and they're like a bigger hit to the bottom line, right? Like salaries are easily like double here in the U.S., right? I'm sure you've looked and checked some of this out. Maybe not. But a Peugeot 206. Oh, gotcha. Interesting. Manlin, this is a solo project. The stuff I'm doing, yeah, it's all totally solo. 100%. I would like to get more like open source stuff that we could like work on together here on stream. I don't know. It's hard managing something like that. I'm a bad manager, you know. Yeah, yeah. I mean, AI has done a shitload of work for us. But okay, so dude, this has got to be just like purely a UI issue. All right, so while that's churning, let me go grab another soda. We're not going nearly as ham as we did yesterday, though we're kind of on pace. But yeah, we'll be over on gaming stream before we get too loosey goosey on this one. So BRB, one sec, grabbing a soda. Okay, soda is back, and what's up, Krasner, Mister Sir? How you doing, dude? We're all managers now that we have agents. I mean, yeah, but I'm just a bad one. That's a separate thing. I'd say we're closer to like, no, we're all like senior and like team leads. We're not necessarily managers. I don't know. Maybe we're. I'm not sure. I don't know. Can barely manage myself. Exactly. As I pour another whiskey. I'm so confused by that four wheel. I don't even know what's happening. Actually, wait. Actually, wait. Do it. You rise to the level of your own incompetence. Yes, that is definitely a thing for sure. What is that? The Pareto principle? No, that's Pareto is the 80%. The Peter principle. I believe Peter principle is the rise to the level of your own incompetence. Let me double check. Yep. Nah, we don't have a command for it yet, but we could. I would say the command should probably be incompetence because I might forget the Peter part. Peter picked something of peppers or whatever, right? Wouldn't you like to be a pepper too? You'd hate to be a pepper? Some people think cucumbers taste better pickled. Huh? What? Huh? What? Oh, interesting. So we got all the way back down. All right, disc is back at 8%. Okay. Interesting that we saw this spike up. I kind of would have figured we'd have gotten back down to normal numbers. Huh. All right. Well, we're going to have to keep going with that one. Build succeeded, sure. Your ex said you were like a pepper, hot, but then she regretted her life choices. I think there's a better way to, like, is that something they actually said? Or is that like the joke you're making? I think there's a better joke in there somewhere. It's the better joke you could come up with. Ah, okay. Yeah, no, I think there's a better joke in there. Just saying there's a better joke is funny. There you go. All right, so we tell it investigate. Go for it. Um, I don't know. There's some joke in there about like the burning sensation. There's definitely some joke about burning sensation in there. Yeah, exactly. Okay, touche, touche. All right, I get it. I get it. I get it. I get it. I would have totally gone that way. My ex says I'm like a pepper. I spice things up, but she has to wash her hands after handling me properly. Or something, right? Like, I don't know. I don't know. That, whatever. Has to wash her hands after handling me. Boom. Yeah, exactly. So how's the weather? A little spicy. I know, I know, I get it. It's fucking bullshit, dude. Okay, hold on. What if? No, yeah. I mean, you can check the thread yourself too. Like, no one's replied. Like, no one's even seen it, as far as I know. It's also a Saturday, you know, like he's not working today. Yeah, no, that'd be cool. Yeah, I'd be curious if you find an answer there too. But yeah, so Robotic Head, I'm assuming you're gaming tonight, yeah? I think Brainless is in. JLem or Alex, if you're out there, would you guys like to join as well? Anyone else that would like to join in the Pal World server? I just got to do like a thing to increase the amount of people that can join, but that's doable. That's like totally doable. I know I've done it before. So if you guys want to join in, we can level you up, we can catch you up, and yeah, we got some Pal World shit to do, like endgame shit. We're gonna have to start like spinning up the summoning circle, so we can start like summoning some of the bosses. That'll be kind of fun, actually. And yeah, gathering enough resources to build like the end game guns and shit. And yeah, no rush. Yeah, good, because I want this thing to fucking work, dude. Like, what's the deal? What's the fucking deal, dude? Yeah, no worries, Jalen. Yep. Yeah, no worries at all. I mean, if the rest of the group ends up finishing up and leaving, we could always hop into some PoE 2 or something too. Sure. Have you gotten your character endgame yet? Have you even played? And if you haven't, that's fine. I get it. Just been building Voxport? No, that's cool, man. I'm glad. Like, yeah, you're stoked on that. That's fucking awesome. And honestly, like, yeah, man, get that first tech job. Yeah, keep building Voxport. I think that's better use of your time, and it's actually just as fun as gaming, in my opinion. Like, building shit, you know? Like it's a game in and of itself. All right, do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Yeah, dude. I would say pretty soon you're gonna be more of an expert on the protocol itself than I am. Like 100%. I'm just dealing with it from purely like a consumer perspective. I haven't even thought about what it's like to like publish to it. Ooh. Yeah, I'm not even touching the publish part. And what are you building with? Is it all TypeScript? Like, what language are you doing it with? Yeah, I'm curious about your stack. Like, yeah, what frameworks and stuff are you using? All right, so Fastify, Next.js, and React. So I'm guessing Fastify is your API, right? Like your REST API layer. Next.js is maybe doing a little bit of like backend for front end kind of stuff with its backend stuff, and then React is like kind of like an automatic because you're using Next. Mm-hmm. I would say for now, that is probably like the approach that you should do. But in the future, I would look at a better way to do your marketing site rather than making that be some Next.js shit. So in the future, you may have marketing site, which is probably like Astro or some static site generator. You might have your dashboard, which could still be Next, but honestly, you could just go like client side routing instead. And then you just have like the REST API separate, right? I do think you have simplified your deploy process at least pretty well, though. So I think it's fine. Like right now, I'm guessing you're hosting Next.js on Vercel. Maybe Netlify. I'm going to guess Vercel, though. Or maybe you're not even doing the hosting part. This is all just local. Site you have up now is hosted on Cloudflare. Okay. Like Cloudflare Pages style. Is that the Next.js site? Or is that a separate thing? I'm going to let it do some planning stuff, but we're just going to go look at the fucking source code at this point. Because something is just totally, totally fucking wrong. All right, so we can close that. Don't save. Untitled 1. Yeah, we don't need that. Don't save. Let's close all this other BS. And yeah, let's start thinking about this. I do have to pee. Let me go do that part real quick before we start like really digging in deep. Well, I've got these like meatball sub kind of like it's almost like a panini kind of thing, but it's like meatball and fucking like marinara sauce and like deliciousness and like this like wrapped thing that I'm gonna like throw in the oven. It was at Costco. We'll see if they're any good, but that's what I'll do for dinner tonight. I also picked up a bunch of like Italian sausages. They're like in the casing and all that stuff. But I'm gonna like freeze those in like individual packets of like 2 or 3 at a time, and then I can thaw those and cook them for the tortellini and like other like spaghetti like marinara sauce things I like to do. So I get tortellini from Costco. I like to have sausage with that tortellini as like the protein with it, marinara sauce for deliciousness, and then nom 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 nom. But in the past, I've been looking for like, like the roll of sausage. I've been looking for like the Costco one, but the Costco one is so goddamn big. Like it's too fucking big. Like you'd have to slice it, vacuum seal it. Like you'd almost want to like pull it out, patty it down, and then like vacuum seal it into like very clean, stackable, like flat layers that you could thaw individually and blah, blah, blah. Using the Italian sausage in the casings is actually way fucking easier, and it's actually an easier like cook later too. So I can just like cook those, rotate them, spin them, and then just slice them up and throw them into the tortellini. Like, yeah, I'm actually really happy with that like epiphany that I had. Because like, yeah, vacuum sealing the tube sausage, right? Like the sausage in the big ass fucking like tube, and then you cut it and do all that. Like, it's just not that great. Whereas like if it's already like portioned out as like a proper like sausage, like a sausage with a casing instead of just like sausage, I think it's easier to like prep that way too. Brats are delicious. I just don't think brats are a good move for when you're like, cooking up a protein to mix with pasta. I think brats are best when they're like just on their own. But it's a very similar like form factor. It's just Italian sausage instead of bratwurst. I just don't think bratwurst, like the flavors of bratwurst, lend themselves to like a marinara sauce kind of situation. Whereas like an Italian sausage with the spices and stuff that they throw in that lends itself a little better. We're talking about food, man. Yeah, you might have heard me say tube sausage and your brain went tube steak. That's on you. That's on you. Get your mind out of the gutter. Whiskey Coca-Cola. We're not as like ham as we were yesterday, which is good. I do think we're at a point where I should probably smoke some weed so that I can maybe mellow out, just because we do have the whiskey in us a bit. Soften those edges, right? Marijuana, sandpaper of the soul. Fine grit sandpaper of the soul.
It's like a finely seasoned wok, okay? That's the flavor. That's where the flavor comes from. What's up, caveman crafting? No, and I get it, Zerk. You're totally right. But also, to actually get it that clean, we're talking like, dude, we're talking so much fucking work to get this thing clean. And also, like, dude, some of this grime, I've known some of this grime in there longer than I've known, like, people here in chat. Like, some of this grime has been with me longer than I've been streaming. Hot isopropyl and salt? No, that's actually incorrect. Because if you do that the wrong way, you actually get this like crystalline layer of salt on the bottom. You actually need to use vinegar instead. So Zerk, you're not wrong. Use alcohol first for like an initial thing and a little bit of salt. But then vinegar is actually the right choice. Right? Like the problem with the salt and the alcohol is that it totally like creates this like crystalline layer on the bottom that is impossible to scrape off. But vinegar will solve that. You get a 420 cleaner from a head shop. I could see that. I'm sure. This blue stuff that works great. Yeah, here's the thing. You're actually better off getting like plumbing supplies. The problem with the plumbing supplies is I believe they also break down rubber. So you want to make sure you remove the rubber stopper. But then, yes, like plumbing supplies, you'd be way better off. There's like CLR, there's like any of the things that do like the calcium deposit stuff. Like a lot of plumbing shit would like actually be better off than just like pure alcohol or vinegar or whatever. And I'd almost be willing to bet that some of the stuff you're getting from a head shop is basically just plumbing shit rebranded. You'd stay away from plumbing solvents? Why? Nah, plumbing solvents need to be like, they need to leave like no residue, no chemical. Cause like, dude, plumbing is not just your toilet. Plumbing is like the water that goes into your house, the water that you drink every day. Plumbing solvents are one of the cleanest things you could use because they should be fully water soluble. You just don't necessarily want to use them on rubber. That's a different thing. But there's no rubber in your entire plumbing pipeline. The amount of PVC glue that you didn't mean to huff? Ooh, there you go. J-Lem, touche. Yeah, even PVC should be fine with, like, plumbing solvents. I think it's just rubber. But there's really not a lot of rubber in any plumbing that you're dealing with. I could even be wrong about the rubber part. I don't know. I'm not sure. But yeah, anything plumbing wise needs to be basically like with enough water passed over it, food grade. You know? Like it has to be like potable water capable. And I'm not saying absolutely everything. I'm sure there's some weird plumbing shit that's just definitely not okay. But I'm just not a plumber. I don't know, man. I have no idea. just know that there has to be something that is safe. That's all. Shit. Where the hell is my poker? Oh, no, that's a tooth cleaner. I bet I dropped it somewhere. And now it's gone forever. Well, I can at least do the bamboo thing. But yeah. Yeah, and Jalem, you were an electrician, but like I do still feel like you were probably hanging out and at least interacting with plumbers while doing some of that shit, yeah? Like you were doing like new build type stuff, right? Which means like you'd have to chat with all those people, yeah? Poker face. There you go. Yeah, totally. Yeah, so new build stuff, you would have been around a bunch of plumbers and everything too, I bet. All right, there we go. We were just cleaning this thing out. But yeah, no, you're right, Zerk. I do need to clean this thing. I'll do the salt and alcohol thing. I've got the alcohol. I've got the salt. Rock salt's better because like the abrasiveness, but whatever. Regular salt works. And then yeah, I'll just have to get some apple cider vinegar. Easy enough. PVC and PVC glue. Yep, sure. That makes sense. Interesting. So the PVC is just like this extra layer against like the moisture, even though the moisture probably makes its way in eventually anyway, right? But if you're using PVC and PVC glue, it's maybe like not necessarily 100% airtight, but at least it keeps the outer atmosphere at bay a little more, so it maybe has a chance of still like staying a drier environment, even if it's like, you know, ambient humidity outside makes it in. It's still less than like a fucking puddle, right? Or like something above a puddle. Sure. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud. It's like I smoke weed or something. Yeah, protecting the water. Yeah. Or the wire. Yeah. Steel pipe would be even worse. Oh, interesting. I didn't think about that. That's a good point. Okay. I do need to start preheating the oven here soon. Yeah, I mean, if anything, it's just like yet another thing that you could like short the line on. Which sounds like a fucking nightmare. Yeah, like, yeah, you would want something non-conductive. Obviously. All right, anyway, so. All right. Oh, hold on. Is there some fucking error? We haven't even looked at the console log. There you go. So there it is. That's why nothing's updating. All right, there we go. We found the issue. I should have looked at that first. It's actually crazy. Like, that's what I would have looked at first if I was writing the code, but as like a vibe coder, it wasn't even my instinct to look at the runtime logs. Like, nah, man, just look at the code, figure it out. Why do you need my log? Why can't you just tell there's a bug in uptime chart? But it's really that none of these things are tested right. Like, none of them are separated from the concerns of rendering. Like, we're not using a framework. It's just a raw HTML file. That's actually our problem. I think LLMs in general are shit at doing vanilla JS because there just isn't enough stuff for them to train on out there of like real legitimate applications built with vanilla JS. So I think we'd be better off moving to a framework at this point. There's just more existing example code out there in the world that the LLMs have obviously been trained on. All right, well, give me a sec. I'm going to go use the restroom. I'm going to turn on the oven. I'm going to grab these things I'm going to cook and show them to you because they look amazing. Yeah, like meatball sandwich kind of thing. It's going to be delicious. I'm going to show you because I got to cook them. You know, bought them on Wednesday. Pre-made something. They're refrigerated, not frozen, so they got to go first. The sausages, yeah, I'll package those up and freeze them probably tomorrow. I got until the 5th, based on the label. Anyway, so BRB, let me pee. Music is good. All right, give me a sec. Okay, so here's what I'm talking about. I got this meatball panino I'll be doing for dinner. I think it's like 2 of them long-wise. So I might just eat one because that seems like a lot of food. I'll at least cook the one and then we'll see. And then if I'm still hungry, I can make another. But I do got to like cook these up and finish them, I don't know, by the 18th. So there's plenty of time. But yeah, 2 like stuffed Italian just rolls. It's like meatballs in there, like marinara sauce, Parmesan cheese, whatever that bread is. I don't know. We'll see. Looks good. Looks easy. It's basically a meatball sub Hot Pocket, right? So yeah, looks good. Got the oven heating right now. Do you think it'd be nice to like make my own version at some point? That would be really fun. Yeah, I wonder if there is actually like some better way of like grinding your own like sausage or meatballs or whatever. That would be interesting. I don't think there's any really good device for doing that. Could be an interesting niche. Anyway, so yeah. Right, T3? Sure. Yeah, maybe. I think that's one of those things I'd like to just think on for a bit. But yeah, so it is thinking long and hard about this one. Damn, I think we were just like waitlisted. Free tier shit. Do. Ooh, an extra space, and then it. And wait, what sounds? Oh, you guys were talking about like the steel pipe problem. Got it. Wait, I'm not sure about the sounds and the EV connection. Dude, I do need to check my fucking UPS backups. I need to double check for like swelling batteries for sure. That's not a bad call. Anyone out there with a UPS, you should be looking up, look at your batteries every once in a while. Otherwise, you got like an inevitable fire hazard. Yeah, I should look at all of these things. They're definitely getting to that like age. I don't even remember how to open those. Yeah, I'll have to figure it out. There you go. That's smart. Yeah, no. I got work to do. Is it just like battery health values? Like you can tell just by battery health if it's swelling, technically, right? Or no? Because I do assume it loses something as it swells. Like as far as like voltage or whatever, right? Like, can you predict a swelling battery based on voltages? I mean, if that were the case, why wouldn't your MacBook be able to just tell you? Right? So I'm curious about that. Yeah, I don't know. Right. Okay. So what are like the obvious triggers that like you could look for that you would say would cause swelling? I'm curious about that. Like what is in the data that allows you to predict that or know that? Like I'm really curious. It's a swing of voltage. Okay. Temperature changes. Oh, that's probably a good. Oh, I mean, yeah, temperature change. Duh. Like, yeah, dude, that makes a lot of sense. Sudden voltage changes. Okay. And is it that like it's a sudden voltage change because typically swelling kind of like happens like in chunks rather than like gradually over time? Like why is like a sudden change something to look for? Yeah, to me like it seems like range over time would be more important. Like just as the voltage goes down, you can detect whether it's dying, right? I forget what like like a 12-volt battery. A 12-volt battery is technically dead at like 11 point something 6. Maybe it's 10 something. I don't know. I can't remember the number. But yeah, there's like ways to measure just like how dead a battery is. I guess 12 volt. I'm talking like car battery. I think. So that's like it depends on the acid and all those things, right? Car batteries are typically like one of the cheaper like acid types. So yeah, like technically lithium ion would be a totally different thing, right? That's a good point. Yeah, I swear, like a healthy 12-volt battery for a car is 12.6 or something, and a dead one is like 11 something. But I don't remember the exact ranges. Maybe it's 10 something at the bottom end. I don't know. We could ask. We have this like infinite data machine on the internet here. All right, so hold on, wait. They did this. This is more important. Not the bullshit thought tangent we just had. Let's actually just refresh this and see. All right, so we got a delta value in there now. Hey, there we go. So we had an error. That was the entire thing. And it couldn't detect the error because we don't have a compile step. We don't have a thing validating this stuff TypeScript wise. So yeah, that would be like our biggest win. Using a better TypeScript first front end framework for this layout. would make a lot of the reassurances that it can make easier to do. I think that would be our big win. That's why we're struggling so much with this specific thing. We're like trying to do like vanilla and it can't verify itself easily. Right? All right, so let's get more music going. But I do think that's the plan. All right, this thing's just giving us so much grief. If we just made it, I'm going to say a React project. I just think LLMs are trained on it well enough that we'll get some good shit out of it. But let's get some music going. What music should we do? Oh, yeah, here we go. Oh, shit, that album isn't there anymore. Ah, Laser Tiger, what are you doing to me? Yeah, I can just play it in place now. Ah, what are they doing to me? The thought of PRD? Like the project requirements document or something like that? Is that what that stands for? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm stuck in the middle of one because like it's just so bullshitty. I just want to like cut down every single thing that's in it just to like here's a single pager. Here's why I think we need this. Check out some other shit. Yes or no? I don't care. Like whatever. Like can we do it or not? I think we need to figure that part out. But yeah, I need to get like buy-in for it. That's all. And I feel like, yeah, filling out a PRD, but it's like such a small thing. It's not user facing. It's like a random thing that we just need to do for the website. Like, I think a PRD is overkill. But I'm not sure how else I should present it because I've presented it multiple times as like an idea. So now I just need like a doc that has all of like the thoughts collected around it, I think. But hey, boom, after 3 minutes. No, not 3 minutes. Honestly, this server's been running way longer. I think we refreshed the database, maybe. But yeah, like we're caught up. Okay, so yeah, I think we're good. Dude, something is weird about the rate. I almost want to see like an average rate. I feel like an average would be cleaner. Honestly, though, we should just do the refactor to a proper framework for this part. So, here we have a command. It's called vibing. That is the stuff we have been vibing out. The first part is the turbo stream written in Rust. And that is what we have here connected at Masijo. So that is like launched and production ready. And now we're just like monitoring it again because we had the disk usage climb to like 80, 90% kind of stuff before we had to like vibe code out a pruning mechanism, the SQLite data. So yeah, now we got to just give it a few days and let it continue on its thing. But we can see that, right here, this is the production version of like the monitor. Our current delta, we are tied. We are actually slower by an amount. I think some of that could be due to refreshing the server and the downtime associated with that. Excuse me. Which they're going to have on their own as well. So honestly, like, it's a fair comparison. If I'm being honest. I wonder if, like, one of the benefits is, like, our downtime when we deploy is actually quicker than theirs because of reasons. That would be an interesting other metric. I don't know. This is just me, like, there's an existing service that I don't necessarily want to depend on because they've had some downtime that I don't think was necessary. And if I'm building a product, like, I shouldn't be depending upon someone else's goodwill and free thing that they're giving out. Like, Blue Sky, yes, that's their platform. That's their job. But Graze.social, we should not be building something where they are like this thing that we're just leeching off of. Right? Like, we should be a proper business about this. So I am doing my own Turbo Stream, but we rewrote it in Rust because I think the deploy process, and I don't want to use Docker and no Redis and blah, blah, like a bunch of bullshit. We figured also that we might end up doing the binary data thing, and I think handling the binary data from a Rust standpoint would be a huge win. Turns out we don't need to do that, and we earlier today we did some like testing, and somehow the Jetstream responds with more messages per second and over an aggregate than the fire hose that it's consuming. I don't understand how that could be happening. My guess is it's deployed at like the same data center, so it gets like a quicker access than like what we're going through. But like, that's crazy. But yeah, so theoretically, Masijo and Graze.social should be like 100% API compatible. That's like also my main goal. Like, I didn't want to like reinvent the wheel. I just wanted to rewrite the wheel. Rewrite it in Rust. And we did. And I think they are pulling a trick or two, which I think they're allowed to do because of them being a pillar of the community, right? But yeah, I think with some Rust code, we end up taking a major lead via this like delta value we track, like how many messages we like actually processed and passed on. Compared to them, I believe we get to like a major like delta in our favor over like another 24-hour period or so. Like right now, like after just an hour and a half, we're finally like consistently delta positive. That's good. I think that value gets to like thousands pretty quick. Like within like 8 hours. It would be interesting. I don't know if we're tracking anything like that that would show us like the exact time that happened, which means our graphs and like our summary shit here sucks if we can't get that data. And then this, like, what the fuck? Like, come on. That's a problem I could have, like, totally made myself too. So it's not like the AI is at fault, but I would know where to fix it. And yeah, what is with our uptime value? So yeah, we're still complaining about whatever it tried to change here, which we now have an active delta for at least. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's fine. I still want to like convert it. I think we would have a better time fiddling with it, and that'd be some like fun actual like prompting, wouldn't it? This is local. This is deployed. So no, we have not deployed these changes yet. Damn, we're already at 300. Damn. So yeah, we gotta fix this shit. And I think it tries to, but we don't have any values there, so we won't know. Do we think it's worth deploying the changes we got right now? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, the delta is good there. I don't know. So what is it tracking? This is just the amount of messages we've parsed on the server since we started tracking, right? And this has been going for theoretically 15 minutes. Technically, streak could be less than like the total runtime. So we're not tracking the total runtime, which would actually be a nice value to add. But just this is the amount of messages we have seen and parsed. Right? This is purely posts, I believe. But yeah, this is just saying that we have parsed 200 more messages and like sent them to this WebSocket more than Graze.social's Python implementation, which I consider a feat. Like, you know, I think we're nailing it. I think it's cool. No, this isn't keyword related whatsoever. This is just purely like Blue Sky. This is purely a Blue Sky thing. Now, I will be using and consuming this with Mesijo, but this is unrelated to Mesijo, like, on its own. This is purely its own, like, an implementation of the Firehose. But with all the metadata that it needs. But yeah, what's up, Code Drift? How you doing? Making some duck stock? So you got to go back to roasting bones? You want to help me roast this bone? Like, that's always sunny. Like Frank when he's got the joint. You want to help me roast this bone? Like, yeah. Have I moved Mesijo over yet? No, I have not. No, Mesijo is still using Graze.social. I wanted to have like some kind of production history. This monitor is specifically for proving the case that I should switch. Like, that is specifically the case of this monitor. Right? It's not like I'm going to be opening it up to the entire internet. This is just for me. But I'm going to continue using the thing that we built on, even with their random downtime here and there. That's fine. Like, I get it. Like, I would have downtime. But it's also just like, it's more of an ethical thing. Like, I shouldn't be building a business off of Graze.social's thing. Off of Blue Sky, like, yes, that's the whole point. Like, that's how you get their data. Right? So Jetstream, yes. TurboStream, I should not be building off of theirs. I should have my own. And the option was use the open source version that they have, or rewrite it with the parts that I want and leave the parts I don't. Because they're doing a bunch of like other stuff too. Which is why this is not an apples to apples comparison. They're doing like an S3 backup. They are doing some kind of like, I think, session juggling. Like maybe like multiple app password style. So yeah, we basically, like, that was it. Their code is part of this repo, and they're like part of like the MIT license. Like, you know, I just added my name above with like the changes I did. I haven't changed any of their Python code as far as I know. And yeah, we like said, let's build a Rust version of that. It's MIT license. Like, that's, you know, that's how that works. To me, that actually seems like a really good use case of vibe coding. There's very clear inputs and outputs already defined for you. Yeah. I think the Rewrite It in Rust crowd should actually be like really enthusiastic about this shit. Right? Wait, really, JLem? Oh, that's awesome, dude. Wait, who was talking about it? Oh, that's really cool, dude. Yeah, I think Masijo has some value. I'm sure there's other stuff out there, but whatever. Right, like existing products that maybe fill the niche better. I just think we can do certain things better and call it good. What I would be really curious about is what you do with lenses as you start, like, like you build the product and you have something that's actually like out there and people can use it, but then you have to market it, you have to like engage people and talk about that shit. Then it might actually be valuable. Then you could have like keywords and like lens prompts that are tailored more towards like growth type bullshit. So when someone's complaining about like, man, I hate, right? You could have that as like hate as a keyword and then a list of like your competitors. Transistor, blah 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 blah. Like, I don't know. That could be like your keyword setup. I'm not sure if I even have like a good capability of setting that up. That would be interesting. I need to like verify that we're even able to do that. That'll be a feature that we definitely need. Like, I don't know. What would we call that? Vulturing? No, just like the act of like listening for people complaining about competitors. What is that? Like, that's a thing, right? Do we have a name for that? It's got to be vulturing, right? Like, what there's got to be a name for when you book the Google ad for when someone searches for a product and your ad title is like better than, the company that you're vulturing, right? Like, that's also vulturing in my opinion. Maybe there's a different term, right? Instead of vulturing, what would that one be? Like, what is that one? Like, dude, you'll see it right now. Hold on. Ooh, hold on. We didn't see one in the sponsored results because Sentry is swooping their own. They're outbidding their competitors just to make sure. Also, probably to get ahead of like the AI like comic book thing. Okay, hold on. Different company then. Hold on. Postdog. All right, so we see Postdog matches for Postdog. Cool. All right, we do see that Sentry is targeting the same keyword, but they're not saying better than Postdog. God, there's definitely companies that do that shit though. I bet we'll see some in this space. Or hold on, if we look for Growth Book. Oh, I bet if we look for Growth Book. Oh, interesting. No, Growth Book's getting their own too. All right, all right. Interesting, interesting. Interesting. So we're not seeing any of the like the vulture ads. Did Google start cutting down on those? Hmm. Interesting. Yeah, hold on, man. No, this is trickier now. Oh, Vercel. Hold on. Yeah, like, sure. Vercel. No? All right. DigitalOcean. Yes, we're not seeing like the really like adversarial ads anymore. Very interesting. I think that's good. That's cool. Hold on, wait. Wow, no one's targeting Netlify. Ooh, damn, that's harsh. Oh, dude, that's brutal. Damn. Oof. Right? What's that meme? It's like the soccer one where it's like the dude like whatever, right? Like, dude. And then like sometimes in the GIF it cuts to like the the Moai heads going like the statues. Like, oh dude. Man. I love the internet. It's so fun sometimes. Like, oh man. All right. So damn, yeah, I don't know, man. Oh, well, I feel like we've seen it with like Linode. No, Akamai owns Linode. Like, no, they're locking their shit down. So the ads have gotten way more relevant towards what you're searching. I still don't understand why. Hold on. Here's the thing. Google gets paid when someone clicks this versus this. This is just Google optimizing their platform. Yeah. No. The thing you're searching for, yeah. We'll give you the better link. It's the link that's like, like special. How's it special? We get paid when you click it. Yeah, like versus this other one that like we don't get like paid nearly as much if you click it. Like we still get something. We're still figuring that. Like there's some like way our lawyers and accountants have amortized that. Like I'm not sure how that even works, but technically still if you like click anything from our webpage, like we're making something off it. I don't know how the math works. Like I don't know. I could see some fucking like at least satire episode of something about that. Whether it's real, who knows, but this right here is actually kind of like interestingly shady. Because people are just going to click the one like, "Oh, yeah, yep, linode.com. I see it. Yep, that's what I want." Click. And Google makes money off that click versus this one. Like way more at least. That's crazy. There's something shady going on there. But yeah, no, we can't see any like adversarial like ad titles. That's interesting. Yeah, I wasn't able to reproduce any. Have you guys been able to find any? Like on your own machines? Yeah, I guess like searching by brand name is probably one of the worst ways. It's it's not though. It used to be a thing people targeted for sure. I just wonder if people have like cut down on their ad spend in general. So now you're just not seeing people taking those Hail Marys on random things like that. Because you spend the budget you get every year, otherwise it goes down, right? That's a business 101 thing, right? That's why you see so many projects get greenlit at the end of the year. They will beg you to do a 50% upfront kind of thing at an agency. All right, so yeah, we're at least continuing on there. I do just think I just don't like it. There you go, exactly, four-wheel. Oh yeah, dude. No, that's the thing. I think that's why they do so many holiday parties in general. We have a very specific budget for this party, and it's to use up the last of our like yearly budget. Otherwise, we're gonna get less next year. We gotta max it out. I'm talking like every single dollar. It's not necessarily the styling. Like, I don't know what it is I don't like about it. We have done some fixes. It's just more like the difference between this and this. Like, I don't care enough. It didn't improve anything other than, like, maybe these numbers might be calculated better. But I don't even know if that's true because we just haven't gotten to that stage for this stuff yet. First quarter of the year is really bad for advertiser spending. Yeah, because people don't want to burn up their entire budget in the first quarter. But it is interesting that I do feel like a lot of like hiring happens in the first and second quarter. So it's like there's like different budgets that are allocated at different times. Kind of. Am I wrong in thinking that like first and second quarter are like big hiring bumps usually? Maybe not this year, maybe not last year. Like, just saying. But I don't know. I feel like it used to be at least. Because it feels to me like employees are more of like part of like a yearly budget thing. Whereas, like, the yearly budget, yeah, you might as well get that out of the way early in general. But as far as, like, for other budgets, it's a different thing because you're more on, like, monthly or, like, purely, like, campaign-based terms or something. I don't know. Yeah. I'm not sure. Logic is people spent their money over Christmas. Well, no, like isn't all budgeting strictly like quarterly? I guess it depends on the company, right? It's like based on the charter and all that bullshit, right? I thought it was in general, like quarterly driven. So you make sure you use your budget quarterly. But I guess some companies do have like yearly budgets too. And that's where maybe like the HR and like the party spending and like a bunch of those things come in. I don't know. I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know enough about that. Fuck. Yeah. No, I don't know. The more I think about it, the less I know. There's actually a multi-year budget? See, I wouldn't have expected that. I would have guessed like quarterly and possibly yearly. I would not have thought about like multi-year, but I get that. Is that like, is multi-year when you start thinking about things where you realize the value of it over a longer period, so you kind of have to track it that way? So I'm talking like on-premise infrastructure, like storage, server racks, etc. That to me sounds like a multi-year budget thing to solve. Yeah? Okay. Right, because you don't realize the value of it until like year 2 or 3. Oh, even HR though. Okay. Okay. All right. Just thinking that loud. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Dude, yeah, like, man, Masijo is killing it. I am ready to, like, switch over here soon, actually. Dude, yeah, I think this is definitely something we could shout out. Well, tomorrow's Sunday. You mean, like, maybe Monday? Sure. I don't know. I like, yes, if we do it all the way till Monday, that means we've had all of yesterday, or all of technically at Monday's point yesterday, which would be tomorrow, Sunday. We would have all of Sundays, like, yeah, we left it running. Let's see the results. Let's track some shit, right? So I could definitely like see that. You've been thinking today was Sunday all day. You have a whole extra weekend day, dude. Oh my god, this is like better than Christmas. Dude, you're fucking lucky. Do you realize like this is so much better than finding $20 in like the pocket of an old pair of pants. This is like you found an entire new day. An entire like extra day to like do something or nothing. It's like it's yours. It's extra. Oh, this is like perfect. Oh, it's an extra Sunday. Oh, dude. Yeah, there you go. Oh, that's funny. Dude, you just gained an entire extra day. That's a superpower at this point. I'm so jealous. Shit, dude. Ah, man. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Man, good job. I'm jealous. You just gained an entire extra Sunday. Man. That is funny. Yeah, usually it's the other way around. Like, wait, where the fuck did Saturday go? How is it Sunday already? What the fuck? Did I just miss an entire day? Yeah, for sure. That's absolutely like a thing. That's way more common. Absolutely. Yeah, for sure. Switch it over before end of stream today. No, I'm not doing that. I want to see long-term recurring results. I think we're seeing like fantastic stuff, but also I'm not still like fully clear on the longevity. Like Graze.social has longevity still, despite like the couple days they were down. So dude, Grace.social is the best. Let me just point that out. Like, I am so thankful for them for this like free infrastructure and all that shit. It's really cool of them. At any chance ever in the future ever, I will thank them and fucking buy them a drink at the bar or whatever. Right? I think I'll probably see someone from there at the AT Proto thing next, next month. It is next month. It's basically this month. But yeah, because like we're just a few hours away from it being this month. But yeah. Damn, that's coming up soon. I'm gonna have to like request that time off. But yeah. We'll see, we'll see. Dude, I need to break in my snowboard boots better before I do any of that. Yeah, February is so short. Today was like this was the perfect February though, right? Like it starts and ends perfectly on a calendar, right? Like that's actually kind of fucking cool. I know there's some other ways, like depending on how you visualize the calendar, right? But yeah, no, this one's like it's just yeah, it's nice. It's cool. But what's up, Luke? Yeah, how you doing, Mister Sir? But yeah, dude, I can't believe we still have that MF jerky command. I don't think that same promo code still works. We should probably get rid of that command, but I still think it's funny because like I messed it up. All it is any message that starts with the word want. Boom, that's how you trigger that command. That's not how I wanted to set that up. But it's just like now it's just like a fun piece of lore. So I think I have to leave it, right? I'm pretty sure I have to leave it. So yeah. The website works and the jerky is really quite good. Honestly, like the flavors. Flavors, but like you gotta like you chew them for a bit, you know? Like they're not like the tenderest whatever. It's more like it's like chewing jerky versus like I don't know how to describe it. I think the best kind of jerky is chewing jerky, actually, right? Where you just like you get it in the cheek and you're just like noshing on it. It's almost like how chewing tobacco, I guess, used to work. I don't know. I've never done it and I never will or ever try. But like, dude, that kind of jerky where it's just like in your cheek and you're just, it's like soaking and you're just like enjoying the flavor. You're distilling your saliva through it, like kind of thing. Like, oh my god, that's the best. Oh, that shit's the best. Like, it doesn't need to be this like tender thing that you just like eat and mash. And now you've got an entire stomach full of like 3,000 calories of jerky. The shit you gotta like chew and enjoy and like soak is way better. So yeah, like I would say if you're into that, that jerky's good for sure. I've got some other stuff right now that's pretty good. It's from Costco. I don't but Costco's very like regionalized and local. But the jerky is this like carne asada like sliced jerky where it's like still somewhat like you can see the rareness of the sliced beef like as it was like dried and everything. Like oh my god, that shit's so good, but it's also one of those like cheek chew like absorb the flavor like kind of like jerkies. That one's good. There was also another one that I forget the name of. Oh shit. There's another one that's closest to like sliced beef dried. It's not the Mexican seasoning style. I think it's like another version. I don't remember the name of it though. It was really fucking good. Also a Costco thing. So that's the only way I would have found it. But oh man, that shit was really fucking good too. Oh, it has a name. Like I knew the name when I saw this other stuff. I was like, oh, is that? Oh, it's not that, but it's like, oh, it's kind of close. But I don't remember what the other like rare, like sliced rare meat and then dried thing is named. Biltong. Biltong. That's it. Boom. Biltong. So I believe this is like a Thai thing. But yeah, this is what it looks like. It's like just like super fucking like thinly. I guess this is thick sliced biltong, but it's like a dry aged meat process. It's so fucking good though. Oh, it's South African. Oh, interesting. So not Thai. It's South African. Dude, this is amazing. It's really fucking good. No, I bought this from Costco. Costco had like a thing of like biltong. Very similar to the thing that I got. It's like this carne asada slice, whatever they call it. Just different seasoning. Both just amazing. I would love to make some biltong. That'd be really cool. Cuts of beef or game marinated in vinegar, salt, and spices like coriander and pepper, then air dried, not smoked or cooked, making it high in protein and low in carbs. Biltong is blah, blah, blah. Yeah, whatever. Sure. Yeah, it's fucking delicious. But also, yes, very like similar. It's like a very dry thing that like, like the more you like chew it and let it like soak in your mouth and saliva, like the better it gets. So yeah, that shit's good. I don't know why I thought it was Thai. I don't know. It sounds like a Thai word to me, but I don't know. South African is not a language I know whatsoever. So like, it always is. It feels alien to me for sure. I don't fucking know. If I weren't baked and self-conscious right now, I would totally do my bad South African accent. Damn it, you know what? This is weed saving me there too. Like 4-wheel, I think you're right, man. I need to like smoke at least a little bit of weed when I stream. I think it's just better that way at this point. I think it really is. Heard or read Dutch? No, I have not. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm very very Americanized. I can barely read or speak Spanish, and I took 3 years of it in school, But that was also over 20 years ago now. So, whatever. Anyway, let's keep like vibe coding some shit. Whatever, man. Like, yeah, we get a little existential. That's what makes us feel human. But yeah, let's do some of the code thing and feel a little less human for a second. How is this feeling? Are we there? Did it actually work? Did it blend? Hold on. Did it blend? I still don't think I like it. I think we're going to burn every single goddamn token we have. Like, dude, whatever Open Code is getting, I think we are maximizing the return on their like value they got from hosting the free tier of this bullshit, because we are probably like massively abusing it at this point. But yeah, so I want to take the front end of the monitor and turn it into a React client side rendered application. And honestly, I should start getting a thing like, dude, I got an extra microphone I could wire up to the Mac Mini, and then I could just like say shit instead of typing it. Then reproving my point that typing speed doesn't matter anymore. Because right now it definitely does. if I'm typing this shit out. I can win an argument if I just do it that way. So I'll just do it that way. That sounds great. My oven is preheating. It is heated. You're totally right. Yeah, that was like an hour ago. I should throw the thing in. It takes like a while to cook too. And then I'll have a timer and I'll hear the timer for sure. You're Southern. You speak slowly. I mean, I've lived in the South. I bet from time to time you hear the Southern in my voice every once in a while, yeah. But maybe not. Who knows? Whatever. Okay, so I actually like pulled these things out, looked at them. I'm cooking both. And honestly, this is actually a really appropriate hoodie for it. It's like meatball panino. It's like a pepperoni pizza, kind of like hot pocket style almost. Like, yeah, no, it makes sense. I think it's good. It's the perfect hoodie. Perfect. Nailed it. Oh, music stopped. God damn it. Sorry, I didn't have a long enough album going. Let's do another. Here we go. All right, so we want TypeScript for sure. Tailwind, why not? All right, so there we go. Yeah, it is the perfect hoodie for what we're eating. Pretty proud of it. Okay, so more soda, more whiskey. Separate build steps. Oh, I don't go into an office, dude. I haven't gone into an office. Since like 2018, maybe 2019. I think 2018. But let me put it this way: any job I've ever had, I would happily wear whatever hoodie I fucking want. No, that is not the Rampor. That is the Sazerac. The Rampor, that was good stuff though, wasn't it? Or was I a dick with that one too? I don't know. I feel like that one was chill. We did still make the VOD private though. Yeah, I wouldn't actually take a job where I didn't feel comfortable wearing a hoodie like this to the office, for sure. I wouldn't do that. Even if I had to go to the office, I should be able to wear shit like this. I wouldn't take a job where I felt uncomfortable doing so. I mean, depends on how out of work I've been. Let me put it that way. Yeah, no, dude, Anthropic or any company that the base salary starts at 250K and then it just goes up. Yes, I would go into the office. All right, sure. Okay. I'll see you there. What is the dress code? I'll wear it. All right, suit and tie? Shit, I'm gonna have to get a suit. I'm guessing clip-on tie is not okay? Oh, it's okay? Oh, all right. Can I just put a clip-on tie on a t-shirt? I didn't hear a no. All right. Suit hoodie. Yeah, suit hoodie. Dude, I haven't worn suit hoodie in a long time. Yeah, good call. Yeah, JLem, I don't know if you've ever even seen it, but yeah, I have like a full-on like tuxedo hoodie. I only bust it out for very special occasions. So yeah, I don't think we've worn it here on stream since you've been following. Yeah, it's pretty good. Where's like, oh, there was the NeoVim Conf. There we go. Yep, nope, that's it. And I'm wearing it right there. Not even make a joke about it. I have the better black hoodie. Damn, I was so much thinner. What was this saga about? This was Neovim and Tree Sitter. That's right. Okay. Yeah. No, it was a fun talk. It was a good one. Oh, damn, we fell behind? What? All right, well, we're still ahead based on this one, but this one we still haven't fully caught back up. All right, so this one was never fully ahead. All right. Dude, the graph here is wrong too. Ah, yeah. It's just bullshit. All right. So, do it. Do it. Do it. All right. So yeah. I am happy with I think where we're at with the Jetstream, like the TurboStream RS. We need the dashboard to be more capable, which is a thing. That's fine. I'm a little bummed out that I just noticed the bandwidth, right? Like the 200 megabytes a second for where we're hosted. I had not seen that. I had not noticed that. I hadn't actually measured it. I almost want to do a speed test now. Is it a problem now? No, but will it be eventually? Yeah, probably. I don't think it's an issue. Like I'm thinking about the wrong problem. Like, dude, like look at how little we're using for the TurboStream. Sure. What about for this? Dude, again, the data we got coming in from the stuff we're listening to is so minimal. So I get it. If we're not saturating this, like, what does it matter? Like, it doesn't. It really doesn't matter. I don't know why that feels like such a sticking point to me. It just feels so limiting, but it isn't. Like I'm not even coming close to full usage, you know? Like when would that bandwidth ever matter? We're not going to hit it anytime soon with Masijo. Like it's really not a big deal. I don't know why my brain is so fixated on it though. I guess, hold on. Here's the thing. Is that megabits or megabytes? Because that would totally change the fucking story. I'm gonna guess it's megabits though, right? I think that's like the safest assumption. That's got to be megabits, right? They're just breaking the rules of like how these things should be labeled. Unknown sheep, you out there? Yeah, we don't know if it's megabit or megabyte. We just don't know, man. We have no idea because they're not following IEEE standard. If they are reselling OVH, it's megabytes. Dude, 200 megabytes a second is fucking awesome, dude. Like, dude, that's over a gigabit. And that's massively over a gigabit. Are you sure? If that's megabytes, holy shit, that's fucking amazing, actually. Never mind. They should totally be labeling this as bits instead. It would seem way more impressive. If they're getting bytes, they should still be labeling it in bits. That would be way more impressive. And I think it would actually follow like closer to what people think about when they think about networking. Right? For people unaware of like what I'm talking about, like the math, there are 8 bits in a byte. So if you have like a gigabit Ethernet connection, yeah, the amount of megabytes is actually 1,000 divided by 8. Which is 16, like 0.16, whatever, right? Like, yeah, sure, yeah. Which is fine. Like, dude, still fucking good, dude. Like a download speed of 160 megabytes a second? Holy shit, dude, that's fast. Dude, you'll download anything you ever wanted so fucking quick. It's okay. Like if you have that as like a gigabit local network, yeah, you're gonna max at 160, probably closer to like 100 when downloading from Steam. Actually, from Steam, they're still limiting you because like they got to pay the bills. It's like 80 from Steam. No matter how fast your connection is, you're still getting rate limited from their end because it's cheaper for them. It's how they scale, you know. I think it's bits. I think it's fucking bits. No, I just think this is not showing us the right value, and I'm pretty sure this is 200 megabits. And I get it. That solves it, but like, dude, that is the biggest thing. That'll be the first bottleneck we hit, I'm pretty sure. Not these other things. Well, I guess no. We're at the limit of our CPU, which I'm finding crazy right now. What is it I'm doing that's maxing out the CPU on these things? Maybe bits? There you go. Yeah, Strati. I know what you're saying, maybe bits. It's like a separate thing. But I like the idea of maybe bits. Yeah, someone else totally chimed in. Like, they also do the do it thing. What is everyone else's like when your like agent comes back with like, all right, so you approved the plan. Would you like me to implement it? What do you say? What do you say when it responds and you like toggle to like build mode? What is your like go-to phrase? For me, it is literally do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Yeah, like I don't know. I type the phrase do it. Go ahead. There you go. So Kenny's got go ahead. All right. Anyone else got like a thing they do? No one else has like a thing they just like say to the LLM? If your thing is do it, go for it. Say it. Chime in. Maybe it will be when you try it. Implement plan. I am JLem. I am robot. Oh my God, sorry, bad joke. I'm sorry. Implement plan. Sorry. My bad, dude. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to roast you. I just thought it was funny. Oh yeah, right? Yeah, for sure. Like, hey, JP. Oh, hey guys. Like, right? How'd they see me? Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I get that. No, I totally get it, man. I did knock, but I don't think you heard me over the music. Does it frighten you? The music? No, I just don't like techno. like, that's some of my favorite bits. Oh my God, it's so good. No, I just don't like techno. Yeah, exactly. Here's the thing, though. I'm not a big fan of techno. That song he's playing at the beginning of that scene, that fucking Aphex Twin song is so goddamn good, especially that one part when that bass is just hitting so goddamn good. Whoo! That is like peak Aphex Twin, right? God, there's no part of anything Aphex Twin has ever done that hits better than just that one exact moment of that song. So, like, dude. But yeah, how'd they see me? Right? Like, he's trying, like, yeah, exactly. But man, I want to play that. Honestly, we got to hear that song. It's Twitch. Like, it doesn't matter. Yeah, we're listening to, like, some synthwave right now. It's just synthwave. It's a fucking Saturday. We can listen to, like, a quick Aphex Twin song. What is that one? Is that one Window Licker? The music video is horrifying. Can I get one without the music video, please? Literally gambling. You're talking about the frequency analysis of it. Yeah. The crazy, like, the noise part. Yes. Like, the other part, no. And the person's face is like the dude. Like, what's his fucking name? The guy whose face you see in the fucking music videos. Like, that dude. I forget his name. He's got some really, like, posh European sounding name, as far as I remember it. Almost like the bassist dude from Pinback is Armistead Burwell Smith. Oh my God. The third, I believe. The third. Yeah, Armistead Burwell Smith the third is the bassist from Pinback. Holy shit, dude. Like that's one of those like, oh yeah, right. Your cousin's a Vanderbilt, right? I get it. Touche. 3 generations of people that decided, yeah, Armistead Burwell Smith. That's a fucking name. That's solid. That's something a kid can go to school with and not be teased, right? No, with a name like that, you went to some crazy fucking private school anyway that like everyone had a name like that. So it's not even a big deal. I think that's the big thing. But yeah, I forget the Aphex Twin guy's name. Anyone remember? Luke. I met those guys. I'm pretty sure that's who I'm thinking of. Hold on. I'm almost positive. I just want to double check. Hotel Pools, Numos, Seattle band. I think it was them. I think it was Hotel Pools. Like, but it's not like the names I remember seeing. The dudes were so fucking cool, though. I think the guy in the back is the one I might have chatted with. Nah, I don't know. He did have a beard. Maybe I'm thinking of like another band that had pools in their name. Fuck if I know. Johnny Hopkins, I smoke pot with him. Yeah, blazing that shit up every day. And Slode and Kettering, yeah, totally. No, but it was one of those things. I actually wanted to go to this show. I thought it was Hotel Pools, but I could be wrong. They were actually saying how they might. That might have been their like last fucking show. Like I don't know. I think they're bullshitting. I will go see him next time. I hear the fucking oven beeping at me though. We want to hear this one part of the song though. Right? We'll let this song finish and we'll go raid someone. We'll be playing some gaming. Me, Robotic Head, JLem, you're invited. Anyone else that wants to join, they're invited. Brainless. Yeah, we'll be playing some Pal World. Do you have it? Yeah. You're more than welcome. I'll be over on gaming channel, which is Griffing and Chill. I do need to figure out the right way to like host multiple people now. But I think I can do that. But that's the channel, at least. So Griffing and Chill, that's where I'll be. And we'll figure out how to do like the many person hosting thing. Oh, this part right here. God, it's part of this song. It's just so good. So sorry for the YouTube stream. The song we're listening to is Window Liquor by Aphex Twin. And we were just at that part that kicks in at like, I don't know, like kind of near the 5-minute mark. And it's so goddamn fucking good. Like, oh my God. It's in the movie like Grandma's Boy, right? When like the dude goes into the room and like JP's like, did it scare you? Like, you know, all that bullshit. It's just such a fantastic like section of that song. The rest I could actually leave it. But that part, like the rest needs to happen for that part to like hit so well. Which is just fucking amazing. Oh, Luke, yeah, I think the people I'll be streaming with are not actual streamers. They're just gonna be hanging out over like we're gonna be in the Discord. So yeah, over on my channel, we'll be hanging out, watching stream. I'm gonna watch like a show while I eat some food or something. I guess I could fire it up sooner. And then we will be in the Discord chat over in Discord. So just saying, that's where we will hang out. I just got to figure out how to do the like the more than 4 hosting thing with Palworld again. I know it's simple enough. I just got to remember, like, I got to Google it again. Oh, about them recreating that game, Demonic? Oh, that would be cool. I know they, like, partially built it and then never released it, right? But anyway, I got these things in the oven. They're beeping at me, man. I don't want to burn them. Like, I want to eat delicious food. Let's go raid somebody who's streaming. And then I'll see a bunch of y'all over on the gaming channel, and the rest of y'all I'll see on Monday, because Sundays are also gaming channel, and like we get a bunch of work done. I got a bunch of work to do for work. Palworld's fun, man. It's basically like, think about like Ark, you know, any of those like survival style games, but it's so much chiller. Like so much fucking chiller. Right, so we're gonna go raid Z.A. Shaw. He raided us last night. I think I was 2 sheets to the wind, so I don't even remember what I might have said when he raided. But you know, yeah, we didn't overdo it like we did last night, so I think I'm happy about that. We good? I think we're good. I think we're good. I think it's fine. Anyway, let's go raid Z.A. Shaw. I don't think we're ticking down yet. Bam. We kick it off. Yep, I'll be over on gaming, right? The chill channel here in just a little bit. We're going to go raid with our crew into Z.A. Shaw's channel. And yeah. I do regret going so overboard and ham last night. I literally like ended stream last night. Fell asleep in my chair for like a half hour and then like just went to sleep and slept for like 12 hours. So I think I got to take it easy when I don't get enough sleep. I think that's a bigger thing for me. I think we did fine today. But if I kept going another like 3 hours, ooh, yeah. Nah, there could be an issue. I could see it. Anyway, let's go say hi to Zed. I'm going to click that button. I'll see some of y'all on gaming tonight, some of y'all on gaming tomorrow, and then I'll see the rest of y'all on this stream on Monday. The days when I rated myself, that was like morning time. Yeah, morning time. We could do that again, but that's like a different thing, you know? Anyway, let's go raid Zed. Let's say hi. See you guys soon.